Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? How we doing here? Hold on. All right, let's make sure I can see my chat windows. All right. Let me move that over. All right. Okay. Can someone give me an update? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Is everything all good? Hey, how are we doing, Jefferson? Can you hear me? Is everything sounding okay? It looks like we have something. Great. Is there any way that you can connect? Oh, you're on Discord? Can you talk on Discord so I can see if I can hear you on Discord?
Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
I can, and it looks like you're coming through on desktop audio. So someone other than Jefferson, can you tell us if you can hear Jefferson? It's showing that it's going out on my desktop audio. So I guess that link is working. Maybe. I love how quick people are to respond. As a question, it's like 30 minutes.
To live streaming, that's always the case.
It's always like 30 minutes later. It's like, yeah, no, you're great. Thanks. Okay. And I assume, are we live on YouTube?
Let me check. You should be.
How come I'm not? Oh, because I'm on home, not live. Okay. That's so
Yes,
weird
you
that
are.
you have to like go into it to find the live chat. Weirdo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's so we will shrink you. To, like, go into it to find the live chat. Weirdo. All right. Let's see. Gotta mute that. Gotta mute that. All right. So I mute it there and there. Woo. You should be excited, Jefferson. We have someone sent in some miniatures. Where's the chat here?
Ooh, that's exciting.
How is it hard to find chat? On Twitch, I'm not seeing the chat. Oh, it's coming in through that, so I guess I don't need to see the chat, do I? All right.
Apparently I'm echoing according to one of the viewers.
I don't hear you echoing. But then again, I'm amazed.
Check the stream to see if I come off echoey, because apparently.
Well, if I turn my stream on, then you will echo, right? Or I don't know. Hold on.
Yeah, like just pull up a browser and just listen. And like mute yourself on Discord, I guess. So browse that maybe you don't hear me there or like something.
I don't know. Is it my settings that are making you echo, or is it because you're listening to it with the desktop open?
According to this one viewer here, apparently I sound like there's an echo coming from me, which I don't know.
I'm uninformed. Sheena. So Sheena, is the echo still going on? Anyone? Anyone out there? It says there's 70 people watching. I don't believe that's true. Now I'm snoring.
We got 16.
Maybe it's 70 views have happened. People come in and said, "Oh, it's that asshole and left."
Gosh.
Yep. Oh yeah. Someone just left. Awesome. Okay. So no one's going to tell us if you're still echoing?
Okay, cool. Oh, Ashina apparently says everything's fine.
Okay. And no one in YouTube has chatted at all, so.
No.
Okay. Anyone who wants to join, there's a click for the Dropbox. It is a one-time usage thing, so you don't have to join or any of that stuff. It's just a click in, so you can, talk. Alrighty. So, let us look at these guys. What do we have here? We have an elf.
Just a heads up, the title of the stream on Twitch is so long that the join chat room the link to join the Discord chat is cropped out. It's fine on YouTube, but on Twitch, since it's part of the title of the stream, it's cropped out. So
is there a description section in there? That because I put it in the description as well. I don't
for
know.
YouTube, yes. For YouTube, yes. It's in there. It's just Twitch that's a bit of a problem because they can't just copy it from the title. So we had to we had to like punch it in the chat like ever so often so that those watching only on Twitch can access the Discord link.
Okay, well here, let's do this.
Dropbox is fine though on both ends.
So we are just gonna copy this. And we will boop. I can't find, well here, we can do it here, right? And that goes out to everyone, I guess. There you go.
That is the wrong, oh well, actually that does work. Oh, that's strange.
Wow, that's a hell of a thing you just posted there, buddy.
Yeah, like I copied it directly from YouTube, but it works. I click on it, it sends me straight to Discord.
Okay.
Weird.
That is hilarious. Okay. So, all right. It's really funny. I can't see Twitch chat.
Do you use Restream?
Well, I can see it in Restream, but I don't see the chat in that. Whatever. I assume that that's gone out to everyone. So if anyone wants to join while getting critiqued, there is, or just join if you want to chat. Join the Discord chat room. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. He's nice. I mean, you got to figure this is what 28 to 32 mil guy. So, you know, you're dealing with something that's this. So the only thing I'd say just initially is that the pose is really cool for someone who doesn't have all the drapery. Because when this gets really small, I mean, I guess you can delineate it with paint, but when it gets really small, you lose the arms and all the chaos there. So it's a little convoluted as far as just an independent sculpture. Because I'm not necessarily, we're just talking about, you know, the quality of the actual model and the design. And because, I mean, like, you know, the arms are a little in and on top of the body there, I think you'd probably just want a little bit more airspace or a little bit more depth in the distance between the arms and the such. It looks like they probably did the skeleton and then they put all the armor and stuff on it, would be my guess, only because you can see the sleeves are actually going into the body there. The wrists are going into the body. And I know that often you'll do this to make casting a little easier, but even then, I would say that try to keep your anatomy on point. The other thing is, this is a very standard miniature thing where you just basically draw on the surfaces, you take your detail and just you know, kind of draw it on. And that's fine. And especially if you're coming back and dry washing it. But I find, again, if you're doing things in layers, here, let's Dynamesh this so I can actually sculpt on it, because this has been decimated. Because see here, you got a little sloppy in the sense of, like, where things are on top of things and where things are under things, you lose some of that in here. So, like, see, like, oops, that is not clay tubes. So, like, right here, you lose your edge because your armor's deep, but you have it down. Ooh. But you can tell that you had your loose parts and then you started slamming them together. Now I'm going to be really persnickety on this because honestly it's a nice piece and it's just little things that will help. So, you know, don't let your armor go into your fabric. Make sure that the fabric is below your armor depth. So don't get caught out by that. The other thing I find is, because I sculpted miniatures for a long time, I sculpted for Rao Partha and a few other companies, and yeah, there's some things that you get used to, and now especially with ZBrush and stuff, people just sculpt parts and they sort of kit bash these things together. And what's going to make your stuff stand out a little bit more, just some simple things, and these are the simple things that work with jewelry as well as toys, dolls, miniatures. And I think for miniatures it's really important, and that is you have all these half round surfaces, and the problem with half round surfaces is that they're harder to paint. If you're putting in a wet foundation on the ground when you're painting it, it'll ride up the round edges. So I would take the time and just come in and make these just a touch flatter and make sure there's a nice step, right? And what that does is that allows you to have pockets where paint will sit, and then when you dry brush, you get a really nice presentational surface for it to work on. And here, I'm just going to do this little area here. Instead of the rounds, use flat surfaces. And it's going to give you a much, much, much better painting surface. And just like in jewelry, it provides nice flat reflective surfaces that will read better, especially when they're this small. So just take the time to come in, and instead of making that stuff half round, you know, it can have a half round back, just make sure it has a nice flat presentational front surface. And what that does is it allows you to get a nice, clean, dry brush painting on it. Yeah, my allergies are going off. I can't breathe. Can't breathe. And like I said, make these nice sharp edges. Here I use Twist for sure. SK Twist. And that's giving that like a little dip. So when you are wet washing, it allows it gives like a little scoop area where the paint will definitely dry in, and that makes your edges a bit more dynamic. So like I said, when you do your wet wash, it's now creating that visual line that you want when you're doing washing on your miniatures. I'm obviously not going to take my time and sit here and smooth everything out, but so let's just look at the one I did compared to this one they have right here. Let's go to SK Trim. Hey, old man. Again, if anybody wants to join in the chat, I now have Discord set up as a chat. All you do is hit that link that we posted and in the titles, and you can join us here. That way, when you're getting critiqued, or if you just have questions, it's easier quite often just to ask them as opposed to trying to type and wait and all that. You do not have to join Discord. It's a one-time invitation, so it's not some hustle to get you into Discord or anything like that. I am not an active agent of Discord. So let's turn on something that's highly reflective here. You can see how the flat lines, see how nice and clear that is because you're getting a flat reflective surface, where on these half rounds, you're losing continuity with the half round. And you know, as we get smaller and smaller, you can see the detail really holds up as you go down. Now, as far as the pose goes, like I said, I think that you cramp the chest up a little, so all of this is collapsing into the chest. And because you have all of this convolution, and the most detailed part of the sword's right here, you have all these wrinkles and folds and this and that, it's a really nice kinetic pose. And like how you've positioned the head, there's like that activity in it. It's nice. But I would say that because you put the sleeves and everything's going into the torso, you lose the separation of the arms and the torso a little. And either I would simplify this. Uh-oh, sorry, 1 second. One second. I have to tell my housemate that our neighbors are going to throw something over the porch wall. Give me 1 half second. Sorry. All right. Sorry about that, guys and gals. All right. Whoa. Oh my God, what is going on? Fine. All right. There we go. Everybody's sorted. for God's sakes. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying there, YouTube. Hold on, let's see. I can get ChatGTP up. That'll translate that for me. Yes, you can sculpt obviously advanced technological stuff in ZBrush, if that's what the question is. Sorry. In fact, we have invaders in models that were posted recently. Okay. Again, if anybody wants to be in the chat, there's a link in the chat, so you can join. The chat room. So you can ask questions as opposed to typing them. Okay. So I just think it gets... For God's sake, what is going on? All right, here we go. So I just feel that because of all the drapes and everything that's going on, you just lose your arms in this. And, you know, yes, with painting or whatever, you can pull that out. And the pose is great. I just think it gets a little convoluted in there. And I would probably just pull the hands out just a touch more, just so you get a little bit of separation here. And I would probably try to make... maybe have the fabric break down here as opposed to up there. By bringing this down here and keeping this area under the arms smoother, and bringing the fabric down here, maybe that'll separate that out. And you may want to like simplify your belly plate there, so instead of it being 3, it's 2. And you can see that just by calming that stuff down a little, we start to see the hands a little better. Let's turn this into 1 fold maybe. And you have your little line. But you can see that now instantly we see the hands much better than we did before. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing that I would say is just think about the whole thing as a whole, right? And then so I'd say you're doing okay. I mean, it just got really busy in here. And I think you're losing some capacity to sell the story a little better. And then let's look at your lizard guy. Again, I think your abs might just be a little busy because, you know, from here, it doesn't look like abs. It just looks like chatter. Right? Because I don't think that's armor. That's just the body, right? So, I mean, you have the arms and the legs are so nice and defined and, you know, kind of ready for... Hold on, let's dynamesh this. And then you just got into super chatter on the torso. I just don't, you know, you lose all your jewelry detail. And I'm not saying you have to go this far. But look at the difference between this right? I mean, there you can see that there's a chain, there's a necklace, there's this. Now I just smooth the stuff out. You can come back in, of course, and, you know, keep the... Oops. Give me my clay tubes. You know, you can keep this anatomy. And once again, in miniatures, you know, just make sure that they're the lower areas so you know that you're getting, for that dark wash, you know, you're having places for it to go. But, you know, at the end of the day, that looks like a torso. And let's get back there. Right? That looks like a weird shirt. I mean, like, even right here, it doesn't really match any of the other anatomy. So I think you just kind of got into the torso and you got really happy about getting in there and getting in the torso. And, you know, you laid your little pattern on it, and that's great. Like, even just laying that pattern on it's one thing. But all this deep cut rippling, you know, I don't know. I think that it became a little bit like you lost sight of the model, and you kind of got excited about just cutting more and more and more and more. And you got to think, when you paint that, all that's going to be is like little dots. That's not going to look like anatomy. You completely destroyed your anatomical structure here by cutting all these lines into it. So I think that, you know, going back a little bit more to your base anatomy, and, you know, now even if you are here, you have these striations that are going to show up in a dry brush. But at least now it looks a little bit more like anatomy, as opposed to just the ultra groove, groove, cut, 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 groove, cut, cut, groove, cut, 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 cut. Right. And I think your bark is going to take away from your fabric. Think again when you're painting, right? The bark and the stroke, and I like the directionality of the bark, but you got to think about how these things are contrasting. You have to think about, the whole point of this is, like, when you're using background objects and stuff, is you're still trying to accent the figure. So it's so funny. I'm so used to having the camera over here. You're trying to accent that figure. And so when you put this many lines in this, and you got to think, how do you paint miniatures, right? You put down your base coats, you then put a wash coat in, and then usually you dry brush a color and then a highlight. So, you know, this is just super linear, and you have the linearity of the loincloth and of the cape, but it's all competing with the bark. So I would consider making the bark not go in the same direction, so it's contrasting, because that way everything isn't just flowing, and then you lose sight of the bark and the fabric. Let's that's not what I want. I want that. Okay. And now let's make that. And obviously, I would take more care of doing that better. But so we have our bark. I like crumple for bark because it adds a bit of randomness. Where's my crumple? Oh, there it is. And so you can see now that if you're doing, and again, this is just super fast sort of examples. This isn't the solution, quote unquote, but you can see that your figure stands off that background a little more, right? Look there compared to here, where it's, see how the lines are competing with the figure, so it all sort of ties in. And the lines are roughly the same thickness and they're the same direction, at least going in this direction. You can see where if you're painting it, you're going to wind up with the deep lines with the bright half round, highlights, and it's going to just look like a big lump of fabric as opposed to bark. So having it flatter, slightly more textured, and I mean, I'm not saying you can't come in and give it, you know, slightly more bark feeling. But that's very much a different texture than the fabric and such. So I think texture is where you kind of lose it on the torso as well, because it was so convoluted and textury. It doesn't feel like the rest of the torso. It almost felt like a vest of some sort. So just make sure that the textures of your skin and your fabric are consistent throughout the part. And then make sure like your background textures are not competing with your foreground textures. I would still probably come in, let's say, with Slash and Sculptris Pro, and just make sure that these are actually there, where the crevices are there, because you will lose some of that in the printing. So just make sure you're not getting soft in your in your details. And here again, I'm just cutting these in, but this is another place where after I cut these in, I'm going to come back in and use clay tubes and make sure that these are steps and they're not just lines cut in. Because again, if you're just cutting lines in, it's very difficult. It doesn't sell as well. That is not clay tubes. Because it's separating your surface information, where if you're actually sculpting in layers, you're selling that separation layer. Yeah, so I think that your tail is coming through your fabric there. Make sure that, and here again, just make sure that moments like these are actually in the fabric and or the tail. Either just make sure the tail goes under the fabric, or that there's a very clear intersection there where the fabric comes up and over that. Because paying attention to that detail is the difference between great miniatures and good miniatures. You know, like here, the tail, all this is the tail showing up, right? So you want to make sure that that's actually the fabric interacting, not getting it, not having the tail show through. On stuff like this, I would still try to make this layered, where you have a distinct front and back, or something that is in front of something else. Because here again, when you're painting it, if you just have lines cut in, I call it surface continuity. You just lose a good surface continuity, and you're losing a good chance to make something look really intentional and really nice. Here again, I tend to flatten this stuff out just a touch more, because it takes paint better, and it keeps the differences between the gaps closer together, and it just winds up looking a little bit more real. I tend to use square brushes, only because I like having the edges, being able to use the brush as creating my edges, as opposed to just that's way too high. Twist. And there. And then slash on the front edges, and on the back edges. Soften those corners a touch. And see how that feels like that's like actually something that's bound together as opposed to just drawing a line and some slashes. And of course, your surfaces are a little more finished because you took time and I didn't, but this is leaving you with a little bit more surface continuity than just cutting lines into things. So I would think about moments like that as well. So make sure your textures match. Don't let the background compete with the foreground as far as how your finished texture paint is going to be. And then, yeah, try to make it feel like the surfaces are actually going over and under one another as opposed to just a line with slashes on it. It just gives that little bit of visual interest that is going to take your stuff a step above. When people grab it, look at it, they'll be like, oh yeah, as opposed to, oh yeah, it's the same as everything else. So those are the little things that'll separate your work. I don't know if you're here or had any questions. Does anyone have any questions? I would say I would probably, before you actually send this to print, make sure to come in and clean this stuff up. Now, here's a really good tip. I'm going to do something just a little over the top to give you an idea. So right now we're at 9 million polys, and I'm going to come in and put some hard lines in here. This is not how I would finish a model, but this is the easiest way for me to show you kind of how this works. Again, this is not how I would finish a model. Okay. So we have this area, and you have a very detailed, let's Sculptris Pro this pretty tiny, so let's even put like a pupil in here or something. No, delete lower. I'm going to make this tiny. And let's use carve. And I'm going to put like a little detailed eyeball in here. And we're going to put some lines in here. All right, so you've done all this work. Let's take rake, and we're gonna rake some texture into here. Let's make this Sculptris Pro so it deals with it. Make it smaller. Oh, it has back face masking. Okay. Yeah, you spent all this time putting in this great detail. Look at you go. All your tiny little detail. Okay. Now, obviously, that's never going to show up in a miniature, but I'm trying to get a point across. So now we duplicate it, and then you're going to decimate it for printing. Let's just take it to 900,000. Boom. And so now you've set it up for print. You get it going. And we are analyzing our mesh. Man. You don't realize my last apartment, I had a ceiling fan. It didn't get this hot last year, so it's toasty today. So it's warm in here. Alright, so we're processing it. Cannot breathe. So again, if anyone wants to have your parts critiqued, please upload them, because there's only another one in there. But I will gladly look at any of your models. And then also, if you want to join the chat, so you can actually talk to me while we're doing the critiques, there's the Discord link up there. So you can hop into Discord chat and talk instead of just typing. Sorry, I'm taking 10 million poly model and dynameshing it down to 900,000. So it takes a second or two. So we have some new viewers. Welcome, guys and gals. I hope everyone's having a good week. Everyone's very quiet.
You should have a cricket sound that plays through your microphone every time that happens.
Right, or just Bueller. Bueller. All right. So if we have no more crit models, what should we sculpt?
That is a very good question.
Right. I have that Pepe for the Pepe frog for Super Chief that we could feasibly work on.
Yeah, there's that.
It's funny being able to see the viewer numbers. Like, people really don't like to wait for things to process, do they?
No. It's like everyone on the internet is fickle.
It's hilarious.
Oh, we just lost more viewers from that. I'm gonna get canceled. God.
Whatever. I'm not gonna cry about it. All right. Okay. They won't get to see this cool process. Right? I need it now. Now. See, that was the one nice thing about honestly, they're doing okay, man. It's a little smaller, but at the end of the day, I'm at work all the time, so I don't know that it really matters. And I mean, it's not that unattractive of a view for you guys, so you know, I can charm it up by lighting. Hold on, let's pick some mood lighting. Ooh. That's so funny. You can't see my lighting because the room's so bright right now. Because all that back there is just light coming in. Okay. So we are now at 900,000. And let's say that, this is cool, but geez, the decimation algorithm's gotten so nice. Look at actually how it holds it. That's crazy. You gotta love it. So, but let's say you really, really, really want your exact detail and you don't have it, but you want to keep your model size down. So we've just come up here and we're making our model that is the 9 million poly model. Hold down Control and tap that. So now this is your history state. You come back here and I'm just even going to smooth this out some. Let's turn that off and we're just going to smooth this out some. Oh, look, you lost all your detail in your decimation. So you want high resolution detail, but you need a small model size. So I tend to decimate a little below, like sending things to printers. I try to keep my the model in that million range because there's not a printer on earth that cannot take a million poly model. And now with the decimation algorithms as tight as they are, it's a pretty safe bet. Okay, so now we're here. I have my history state on my 9 million poly model. I come back to my low poly model. I turn on Sculptris Pro and I turn on my history brush. So now the Sculptris Pro is going to bring in my history, and you can see that this size brush doesn't quite do it, but I can see now where my detail goes, right? But for the eye, honestly, that's okay for the eye, I would say. But for our little scratches, I just make the brush smaller, and you can see that by bringing it in, the smaller I make this brush, the closer it gets to that original detail. And here we can look at it this way as well, right? We're just providing enough geometry for it to, and you can see this is, a lot less geometry than that, but there's not a lot of edge detail there, so it doesn't matter. And we can take our brush back down even more. Hold on, let's take this, boop. It gives me a little more control here, and we can bring this in. And you can see there's a lot more resolution there, and I can just come back in and stroke in my resolution. And so you can get really minuscule detail transferred out, even on a low poly model, by using your history brush with your Sculptris Pro brushes. Right? And the cool thing about this is, let's say, you can see how I'm slowly building. I was at 900,000, now I'm at 1.1 million. And so as I come in here and I get all my geometry in here, there's a really cool thing that happens now. So now it knows that I want this geometry, right? And we've already decimated this once. So if I come back up here and I have my decimation set at the 900,000 still, right? See? So now when I do the custom decimation, I click on custom and it thinks through it. Right, just a little bit of tonal, but yeah, it's a little bit pink. Like behind the TV, you're getting the blue. I feel it. When it gets dark, you can see it much better. So now this is going to knock this from 1.26 back down to 900,000. But if you look here, it doesn't really change this area that dramatically, right? Because it's retaining it throughout, it's spread it throughout the model a lot more. And now I would come back in and just do the same thing, just do a quick swipe. Get your detail back in where you want it. Because remember, now it's just these little cracks that we're trying to salvage. Because see, this looks fine now. And we're only at 988. So you can retain your detail by using the Sculptris Pro in steps. So that's super helpful. That works well. Okay. Are there any questions about this or any of that? All right, Armand. I see that you have put something up here. Let me download that. Now let's see. Why am I not seeing tonight downloads? Okay. Weird. Show in folder. Oh, I'm dumping these to desktop? That's not helpful. I'm like, why are they not in my downloads folder? Because they're going to desktop. Okay, so we have Mohan's werewolf. And we have wow, is that a big file? Yeah, wow, that's a lovely sculpt. Now hold on. Now we do load tool, and there is Armand Farr. Oh, and we have a leaf. All right. So if we have Mohan and Armand Farr, if you want to click into Discord, we can obviously discuss your part. Let's do the leaf here. So I imagine, so for it, here again, it completely depends on what we're trying to accomplish. Are you here? Thank you, Zed. Is Armand Farr here? I don't see you up there. I don't know what my lag is either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow, 17-second lag. Okay, well, that's something. So for rendering, you know, since you're going to be applying all of your texture and stuff in the rendering, I think that, you know, this is totally good for that. If you're going into printing, I would punch a lot of this up. You start at the one vein, but you have this vein, which is a separate part. I would probably, at this point, duplicate these, duplicate, and then just merge these. So now you have a singular part. And what kind of resolution are we at? Am I wearing the right glasses? I am, okay. So I would Dynamesh this together. And the only reason I say that is because now, because that's Sculptris Pro. I'm sorry about that. Because I'm psychotically anal I would probably remesh everything. But let's do SK close. Because now you can bring your veins and make it feel as if it is, you know, coming off the same. It's not just this, the center vein isn't a separate part. And I think just doing that is going to help quite a bit. Awesome. Oh, don't be shy. You don't have to be shy. That's why we're all here. But yes, of course, no one says you have to join Discord. That is purely a way for you guys to be able to communicate during the conversation. Because let's face it, real-time conversation is a little bit easier than the lag. The lag just drives me nuts because I'm used to teaching where everyone's in my, the live teaching. So you're getting the responses without the lag. But by all means, you do not have to join. So I would tend to bring it all into one model and work with it from there. Because, well, you just have control over your geometry. The other thing, once again, I work in clay tubes because even though you have veins, if you're going out to printing, and I would argue even if you're doing rendering, providing reflective surfaces that are specific in how they reflect, I think, because you got to think, everything we do is purely dealing with light, right? No matter what we're doing, all we're doing is dealing with how light reflects off our objects and what is that story that this light reflection is telling. And so when you start thinking about you're actually sculpting with light and not, oh, I am sculpting, because even if you're sculpting physically, you're still dealing with how is light dealing with your surfaces. And so I tend to use clay tubes because, like on areas back here, right? I want these rhythms, but I want it to feel like they're veins. I want there to be contours, but I want the light to tell that story. And so, this can be just wrinkles, right? I mean, that could be fabric, it could be anything, but it just becomes very soft. So when I'm thinking about my product, I have this turned up a little higher than I normally would. I'm using clay tubes, and I'm using the one edge, right? I'm creating a reflective surface, and I'm using the one edge as my guide. And then I'll come back in and I'll cross hatch over, and then I'll come back in and I'll hash over. And I tend to make things pretty planular to begin with. Planes. Because I'm thinking about how my surfaces are functioning. Technically, these are just going and meeting in the center. But you want to try to accentuate that, especially if you're going into printing. You're trying to give it that story, right? So if I'm thinking of these a little flatter and a little simpler, when I start doing my setup, or when I'm laying my forms in, I'm trying to think about the story I'm trying to tell with what I'm doing. And you can see by breaking it up into planes, these edges and these lines and these shadows and what's going over and what's coming under become a little bit more clear. And then you can go in and break it up and do, get it to the subtlety layer that you're looking for. But I tend to find that by laying in my lines, and then I use my brush stroke to sort of give me my surface rhythms, because I want it to sort of feel like it's fanning out here at the end and going around and up. And you can see how just with my blocking up strokes, I'm actually setting up the rhythm of where I want my form and texture to be. In this way, I'm sort of giving myself guidelines to my texture when I start putting texture in. See just how even just roughing it up on something that's really nice and flat, you can really dictate surface flow and sort of how the eye travels on a part by how you're just laying in your strokes. Can you all hear the stomping? We have like a 3-year-old that lives upstairs, and he is on fire sometimes. Now let's do this though. Let's come all the way back to the beginning. Or here, let's take this one all the way back to... Okay, that is the beginning. Is this my sculpted piece here? This is your original piece. Okay, so we're gonna go history brush, and I'm gonna take this back to the... Oh, I think I sculpted on the wrong one. Normally, when I grab these, this is the one I had started playing with a little before. No, that's yours. Okay, so that's anchored. This is this. We're going to take our history brush, and we're going to take... Why is it not... Boom, boom. Okay, that's our history state. Here we go. I'm going to remove the stuff that I did. So see how when I'm using my brush strokes to dictate my surfaces as I'm blocking them up and putting them in, it will give your sculpt a little bit, it'll allow you to dictate the flow in your surface flows, and then when you start to do detail texturing, you have a surface rhythm that you're shooting for. It's not just smooth and pillowy. I prefer to start sharp and crisp, and if I need it to go soft, it allows me to knock that back, if that makes sense. Do you think people should learn 3D art as 2D art has completely taken over by... I don't think these 3D art pipelines could be taken away in some time tools and new software. Well, I'll tell you what. I think that 3D art will be trickier, but by the end of next year, I guarantee you they'll have very competent sort of photogrammetry, because basically what they're doing is fake photogrammetry, right? They're taking the front image and then they're basically doing a spin around of it, and then they're combining that into depth maps. And so well, what I would say is I would, one, embrace AI for what it's good for and work extra hard because I feel pretty lucky. AI is not going to take my job because people know my work, and in turn they're hiring me, not just my models, right? So I've been doing this long enough. I mean, you know, I was paying my mom's rent in 1978 with my sculpting. So, you know, or we were making enough money off my sculpting to pay rent. But I know everyone's having like this existential stress, and, you know, it's like, oh God, it's taking over everything. But I think that AI is incredibly useful for, like, just kit bashing your ideas. Like, you can throw stuff out. And the other thing, hold on, where are my downloaded images? Where's my download folder? Downloads. Things like, hold on, let me see if I can find it up here. God only knows what I have in there. So, yeah, here. So things like this, where we're getting AI to generate, because this was always, oops, we got it backwards. Let's bring this up here, and let's bring this down here. So I was thinking, what is going to be one of the hardest things for AI to do? And that is complex repeating, not scalable, seamless patterns, right? So this is a product of Midjourney right here, and these are beautiful seamless tiles. And what's nice about this, I was like, okay, so what's going to be difficult to do? My Trump models, and like, you can get this, bring it in as a seamless pattern, and you can really quickly make highly custom alphas that make pieces incredibly custom. Because I was like, okay, the hardest thing, let's make repeating tile patterns with eyeballs. And so I was getting snake scales with eyeballs. Those are two things that you're not going to find an image of, but, you know, you're like, oh, you know, I want to make a really trippy little sculpt, you know. And this is something that AI is great at, like generating just these crazy patterns that are tileable. And you can see this is turned into a depth map. I was doing some experimenting, and you can see here that this was generated by Midjourney. And then I took it into, I created a depth map out of it. I upscaled it. This was an AI generated image. This was the image. This is the depth map that was created through Stable Diffusion. And then that's the projection, or the alpha. And it's not perfect, but what a great place to start, right? I mean, like, this is a really wonderful place where you can now go, okay, well, I can now, you know, use this. I'm doing some Elon Musk stuff, and so it's super easy to go, I want Elon Musk screaming, and I want it from 4 different views, and that way you can get like reference images and stuff like that without but you then go in and go over this and actually sculpt it, because I mean, this just looks like a cheap alpha, but if you spent an hour cleaning this up pretty simply, you now have something that is really good, especially in commercial work where you have to be quick. You know, this is fast ways of getting stuff in, and just, you know, getting ideas, bouncing them, just looking at some feedback from it, and boom, it's a really good, what would you say, like sandbox, where you can go in and really, you know, dig around and fiddle futz with it and get some fast ideas. you then take those ideas and actually convert them into something that you are creating and working. So I think that's really some of the power of AI. And I mean, where's that? Hold on, let me see if I can find this here. Stable diffusion, 3D models. It's like Tapio. Uh, 0, 1, 2, 3 object generation. That's what it is. And so this is something that Stable Diffusion has come out with. Where it's producing STLs. I think this is it. Yeah. And so, this is them animate. So, like, this is your input image. And then this is the model that it generated. Now, you can see because it was 3/4, it freaked out and it generated this thing with 3 eyes. Or that was 0, 1, 2, 3 XL. But you can see that stable 0, 1, 2, 3 is a much more concrete model. Now, for cutesy little dumb things like this, that's cool, whatever. I'm not going to lose a job to this model. But let's say that you were told that you need, you have a job where you're like, I need an alligator-headed, what's the Sleepy Hollow? So a horse rearing with a guy with a pumpkin in his head, clouds behind him with an alligator head. So you can prompt that, and let's say you could get a model. I mean, if you look at this, the models are not great because you're seeing texture here. If you actually look at the meshes, they're not fabulous, right? But think about it. If you got a horse standing and rearing, the guy roughly has, I mean, what a great block up engine that is, where you can get the model, get it blocked up, import it. And so for things that are fast, right, for commercial work, yeah, it's great. But the thing that's going to separate you from the people who are just using this is your ability to take that and then learn the tricks to be able to generate it, take that generation and use the right tools, use the right brush, and make it look like something that's magnificent. We're not going to be able to get away with, and I'm talking about commercial work too, right? I'm not necessarily talking about your private art, because your private art you can do however you want and you can take as much time as you need and blah, 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 blah. But if you're going to start competing in the studios, I'm going to argue, like, everyone's really against it right now because it's X and it's Y and it's this and it's taking other people's art, blah, 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 blah. Dude, I have people literally selling my art. You know what? AI don't need to knock you off. It is the exact same thing that everyone is doing everywhere else, and that is they look at your work, they get inspired, and then they knock you off. So I'm not too stressed about the concept of AI knocking me off, because I have the monkey knocks me off. I don't need at least the computer's nice enough to change it some, as opposed to just ripping me off. I mean, my sugar skull, I swear to God, more people have sold my sugar skull than I have. In fact, there's a book about, men's rings of the whatever, or rings of the blah, blah, blah. And it's actually a guy who teaches at a school that's sponsored by Bolcheron. And they accredit my ring to someone else. And I called them and I'm like, what the hell? And they're like, oh, well, look, there it says it was done in 1985. I'm like, show me the model, show me the part, show me a picture of that's dated before 2003. And then they just never responded to me. The French. So don't get bogged down by AI being able to do what AI is going to take a lot of jobs, but it's going to take a lot of jobs from people who were winging it to begin with, right? Because all of those of us who are creating models professionally, who then compete with people who are like, oh, I'll take that job and I'll do it for $15. I have a $2,000 day rate. And for me, that's what I was getting paid in 93. I had a $2,000 day rate in 1993. So if I can't make today what I was making in 1993, there's a problem. So, people are always like, oh, well, how can you demand that kind of money when, I can get this guy to do it for $15? That's the person who's going to lose their job to AI, not us. Spend your time. Get very good at your craft. At the end of the day, you are a craftsman. In this world, you're a craftsman, not an artist. And that's a very important thing to remember. Art is something you create for yourself. Yeah, but I mean, did you ever have job security? There's always someone coming up behind you who's doing, especially in digital art. I mean, none of this existed when I was working. I mean, at Cal Arts, I think the year I graduated, or it might have been the year after I graduated, was the first animated film that was digitally colored, right? It wasn't hand painted cells. It was done digitally. And that day, unless it's art or like a small house who wants to do it because there's that mystique of hand painted cells, nobody hand paints cells. That job is gone. But it's not like all those people don't work. You just have to shuffle. Either you learn to do the digital cell painting better than the people who are just pushing buttons, because the person who comes in and just pushes buttons and doesn't understand color theory, because I mean at Cal Arts we took 4 years of color theory, you took design, you took this, you took that, and the person who's like really good at the application, sure, they might be able to get the machine to generate something that looks great to an untrained eye, but the person who actually understands design, understands, tertiary color theory and blah, 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 is going to wind up producing a better piece. And especially, because like right now, it's tricky because the prompting, you have to be good at the prompting. It's not like, oh, I want a really great leaf that has, veins that go up to da-da-da, and you have to like double box slot style, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. All that's going to go away. I mean, if you look at like what some of these things are generating from just verbal prompts, it's crazy, and it's going to get. I mean, what blows me away is people weren't paying attention to this stuff like a year and a half ago. Literally, ChatGPT 3. Well, now it's a few months into it, so let's say 2 years. It's probably about 2 years ago. The stuff that these apps were doing sucked, really. I mean, at the time, we were all like, oh, that's cool. But, I mean, in 15 minutes, I could do something that was 1,000 times better. Over a year, like Midjourney and DALL-E and these things, I mean, they just blew it out of the water. It's crazy how fast all of that has happened. I mean, it's crazy. And now, these models are dealing with text. Like the new Stable Diffusion is supposed to deal with text much better. They went back to mutilating humans again, weird hands and people with 3 noses. But, I mean, that's all just training stuff. But one of the cool things is, like, we've been working on a model training a LoRa on all of the pieces that I've made. So when I ask it to do something, it's using the things that I've created as a base to generate some of the stuff. So, is there job security in the arts? Is there ever job security, especially with technology emerging? I mean, so when I worked in the film industry, 91 to 2003, only the last few years did computers ever really become a thing. And we still built all of those sets practically for the most part. Like, on Congo, we literally built the cave, on Jurassic Park 3, where the kid's hang gliding and he gets caught on the mountain range. I built that mountain range. It was 280 feet long and 68 feet tall. And with a crane, you put him up on top of it, and you'd never do that now. You'd build the 8 feet that you're putting them on, and then everything else is just put in. So, especially with the emergence emerging technologies, job security is, you can't go, okay, I have X job. You have to go, okay, because I am a sculptor. That's my job. And I've done costume design because it was sculpting in fabric. I've done sculpted in the film industry and that. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to, like when I saw ZBrush, I mean, ZBrush was, I mean, I was the first person to get a high resolution physical model out of ZBrush 19 years ago or 18 years ago, whatever it was. It's all a blur now. And the thought that ZBrush could be used as a manufacturing tool, I got a lot of kickback. People thought I was crazy. But, 18 years later, it's a big part of the benefits of ZBrush is that it is a manufacturing tool. But I never, I didn't lose my job to it. I tuned ZBrush to do what I wanted it to do. And, we got them to put Scale Master in because because people couldn't figure out that the internal scale of ZBrush is millimeters, and when you see units up here, that is millimeters. So people are like, there is no scale. That's not true. The scale here, look at this. Hold on, let's do sliders to subtool. Look, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 decimal points of a millimeter accuracy. So that's far more accurate than reality will ever be. There's not a printer that could even pretend to print, what is that? A million? So that's 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. So that is like 100,000th of a millimeter. That is 100th of a micron. That's not a real thing. Right, that's a math thing. That's not a physical thing. That doesn't exist in the real world. I mean, okay, blah blah blah, sure, but we don't have things that are building micro machines on. We're not doing nanoscale sculpting. So these things are so beyond what we can accomplish now. You can't get psychologically beat up. You can't let technology knock you down. You just have to strap a saddle to it and ride it. And I've been on top of the generators for a long time, like Midjourney and all of those, and Stable Diffusion and Comfy UI, and with the control nets and stuff. So it's fun because you can generate ideas fast. And then come in and, then use your skill set to accomplish it. So, if you're a 2D artist and you're like, oh, I need to shift to 3D because the 2D art is gone, there will always be jobs for highly skilled 2D artists. And what's really funny in my world, and I would say in most of your worlds, if you plan on selling product, it's going to be a huge boom. There's going to be 2 years where everyone's going to be so wonka-jonked on AI that they're going to be super stoked and they're going to just buy super cheap stuff because it was generated with AI. But I'm lucky because I've been doing this for a while, and I have a reputation in the luxury world, and like luxury jewelry and luxury products. You're always going to have people who want things that are quote unquote handmade. And what's funny is, the concept of what is handmade is going to fall back in line for us again. Because I've argued for years that, of course, ZBrush is handmade. I am taking it, I am sculpting it. The machine isn't doing things for me. So, yes, I am hand sculpting this, quote unquote. But I think just people get very, very, very beat down very quickly because they're stressed about these technologies. Just learn to use them for yourself, and don't let anyone go, oh, well, that's cheating or this and that. Now, if you're having AI generate your images and your objects, and then you're just claiming you did it, and you didn't go back over it, you didn't actually put any work into it, well, now you're being a little cheating. But well, you can't copyright AI work right now, but I assure you that there are plenty of people using AI to generate the percentage of the work, and then they will turn around and copyright it. And, you know, the thing is, you know, you just, so I saw an interesting thing the other day about, I guess, Photoshop now says made with the AI, even if you use like one of their like if you remove the background or something like that, it says made with AI, or it's tagged this was made with AI. And that's interesting, you know, but all you have to do is then in turn bring that in, save it in a different program, import it as a JPEG. You know, there are ways of getting around all that stuff. And end of the day, if someone's going to cheat, they're going to cheat. You know, like I said, people steal my stuff all the time. I get knocked off constantly. So I'm not stressed about AI knocking me off. Like I said, at least AI's generous enough to merge it with 3 other people's stuff, so it's not literally just taking my work and giving it to you. So I get it. Like, there are people who have, especially graphic artists and stuff, who have very distinct styles, and by saying, you know, Pablo Picasso's style, it generates something that's in the style of Pablo Picasso. But there are people out there knocking your style off anyway. You know, just stay on top of your art and be progressive. If anything, it put a fire under your ass and make you work. You know, you can't just be lazy anymore. You got to stay on top of it. Yeah, I don't know. Having been knocked off so much, I sort of have a bad attitude about it, in the sense of, you know, unless you are Disney or Apple, you're not going after people anymore. It's just so expensive. It's just so expensive to do. So all I would say is just work hard, get good at what you do, you know. So, and learn to use the tools and use them as tools. Don't just have it generate your stuff, but use it to cut time. You know, allow it to remove time from your workflow. Don't allow it to be your workflow, if that makes sense. But don't get all beat up by it. I don't think that that's helpful. All right, let's see what we got here. There we go. All right. Do we have 2 torsos on? We do. Looks more. Oop. Maybe that's the one. Oh no. I guess it is both of them, huh? Okay. I just saw the texture losing out here in the body. Here, let's. Oops. Nope. Everybody calm down. There we go. I have a feeling you spent. We just need to knock that behind the others. It looks like you did the hair on a different layer. Exactly. You got to stay on top of your skills. Make it where AI wants to be you, not the other way around. Oops. All right. So what do we have here? It's really nice. I like that you're using like the lines on the object that is behind the smoother vest. I think that is a really good decision. Your shape and form are very nice. I mean, your fabric detail is here is just beautiful. Let's hide this stuff and look at what we have going on here. I like that you altered the anatomy enough that it is alien, but it's still a man. This is a really good subtle alteration of the anatomy to make it alien, right? Good call. And I'm assuming this is for a rendering. If you were going to print this out, you're going to want to ditch some of your texture. Just because things get super, see how just in actual dimensionality, this texture-wise becomes super, super, super busy. So if you're doing figures, like if this was a bust, you know, I would leave the lines on that second layer, but I would come in and get rid of a lot of the surface texture here, just so you have a very concrete, and you notice I'm just sort of removing the noise here, right? Your main detail stuff, like I wouldn't smooth that stuff out, but like the surface noise. And what that does is it allows for there to be places for the eyes to rest. Now, if this is for rendering, you know, you're going to be delineating this stuff with color and things like that, so that's not the same issue. But if you're sculpting and you're printing it, the surfaces have to tell the story, not the paint. Even if you plan to paint it later, right, you see here how this stands off of this. Like you could leave that texture, and then in here, I tend to use SK trim polish, and this is a real issue with people who are doing things that are the difference between doing something that's textural, that's physical, and then something that stays in the computer is, like I said, when you come out of the computer, this is just noise. It becomes very, very distracting on an actual part. I tend to use SK trim polish. Like, I'll go through and get it to here, and then I'll come back in and I will physically remove the texture from the highlights. And what that does is it allows the texture to then help increase the depth of the physical object. And it also gives the eyes places to rest. The other thing is it becomes, I won't do this with symmetry on. I would come back in and do this individually, and that way it provides a randomness of what is there. You know, it's not symmetrical, obviously. But let's now go back and look at, hold on, let's go back to our original part real quick. Let's come back here. Man, these headphones are good, but they don't allow room for my earrings. And pressing in there, it hoits. Okay, so this is our original spot. We're gonna turn you off, and then oh, did I just do what I think I did? I did, damn it. Okay, that's okay, we'll just do it again. We're gonna mark our history state here. Come back in and polish this off. And I'm gonna do this. This is going to be a little sloppy because I'm going to do this in one stroke so we can go back and forth with the one undo. Okay, So if we look at, we've polished that little area off of the vest, and now we have the highly textured shirt. So you can see that by doing this, let's BPR it. Boom. You can see by having this area less textured, the vest less textured, but the shirt's really textured, it accents the stuff that isn't textured, right? You think, oh, that texture is what I'm really hunting for. It's really what I'm gunning for. Well, having the places for the eye to rest actually makes the texture look like there's more. And now, once again, I'm dealing with, I'm talking about taking this to a three-dimensional object, you know, because when you're painting and doing UVs and stuff like that, honestly, I don't know why people even sculpt texture if you're doing all that, because you're just going to have a photograph that you slap onto your dimensional model. Well, I mean, you do it because you create the photograph off of your super textured thing, blah, 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 but you get but dimensionally speaking, having these places to rest, I mean, just look at the chest here, chest area, and let's go back. Okay, so you can see how this is just going to be pretty, it's just going to be noisy. You know, the difference in this and this is going to be pretty dramatic physically. Now, I also hammered through this, so I took off quite a bit. But when you come into a three-dimensional model, you want places for the eye to rest. So you don't want that texture. I wonder if I can find a good image of this. Hi. 3D print. Idel 3D print. Human face. Images. Let's see if we can find something here. Well, it's funny. This might actually give you an idea. So these are the print lines on this one, right? But you can see how, like, an all-over texture, and I know that this isn't sculpted in there. This is actually a byproduct of the print. But if there's texture on the face that much, it looks bumpy. It looks, it just looks messy, where getting that a little smoother, having the detail be in the low, like in the shadows, and accenting that shadow area, just makes the part look so much better. I mean, if you look at sculptures of any of the great sculptures, no one puts skin texture in the thing. I mean, like, you might do a sponge skin texture or something, but you don't put every pore in, because it winds up not looking good. Here. Yeah. But you can see that if this shadow, because remember we're doing all of this in light, if this shadow were all the skin texture, it makes the piece look like it just has a crappy surface. It doesn't make it look like it has detail. It's really kind of a contrary thing to think about, is where you need detail and where you don't. So when you're doing these sculpts, don't just put texture everywhere. Find the places that you want things to rest. Here, let's see. For my classes, I used to have all of this saved. No, that's not going to do it. That's not what we're looking for. Oh well. I think that'll get the idea across at least. So just contemplate the usage of the model, and then, you know, what you're actually trying to accomplish with it. Because over-texturing something that's coming into printing just makes the surface look like crap. It doesn't make it look like, oh, look, they put every pore into that. It's awesome. It's like, oh, why does that have sandpaper skin? You know? But absolutely beautiful. Your fabric usage is great. The differences, like the vest being of a thicker material, so it has fewer wrinkles, the shirt having more wrinkles, so the implication of thickness of fabric here is really nice. Yeah, no, it's a beautiful skull. It is. It's great. It looks wonderful. I think the facial features, I think you did a really good job with the hair because it really accentuates your facial features. Right. I mean, he just looks a lot better with hair, obviously. But I mean, a lot of people don't get your substructure, and then as you add it up, you know, often the hair doesn't look like it's part of the part, if that makes any sense. All right. Looking good. Is there anything new? Anybody have any questions about that or anything else? Anybody want to drop into chat? Anybody need anything? Why is that doing that? I'm not getting, when I refreshed it, I'm not getting date modified. All right. What? All right. My folder's now totally mangled. Okay, Pixelogic crypt files. By date modified. Oh my god. How did they make the textures on the clothes? I would say, I mean, it's definitely a UV of some sort would be my guess, only because the lines of the alphas are super good. The stitching is obviously an alpha, so I would say, because the directionality and everything is super nice, I would say they probably broke up the UVs and did it through UVs, would be my guess, because they're just too tight. Like, that's not a hand applied texture. He comes in, I totally did it by hand. I'm like, ah. Will he have legs? Only if AI can put them there. All right. Okay, so I'm not seeing 3,524. I don't understand. Hold on, let me close this and reopen Dropbox because it's being weird. File requests. Pixelogic crit files. View uploads. Oh. It says the latest upload was... Oh, I see. Hold on. Okay. Did we do ZSkipper? Did I download ZSkipper? Okay, we did download this. All right. Let's go here. Load tools from project. Download ZSkipper. Yes, ZBrush is great. It's just so much fun. Where did you get a ZBrush exam? Are you at GIA? Oh, well, I guess you could go lots of places. Nice. Why are you not? Oh, you are annoying. There we go. Oh, great. That's awesome. Where is our fibers? Is our Let's turn fibers off there for a second. Okay, so all I'm going to say is this is keep your model organized a little better, only because eventually this is going to make you absolutely crazy. Keep your things labeled and keep them organized, because especially if someone, like if you're you know, it's just like this has a lot of layers and stuff on it, but like I would keep all of my fiber in one folder so you can look at your model without having to hunt the fibers down. Just so you have control over how you are working your model. It's not in any of the folders. Am I just blind here? Are these fibers? They are. And then there. Okay. I just want to see the sculpt for a second. Nice. So whenever you're using fibers or anything like that, just make sure that you're spending the time and making sure your sculpture, yes, without a question. Organization is so helpful. I have the membership, and one of my students, and he was showing me, because he does a lot of it. Juan might drop by. You never know. Juan was showing me how in Substance, it wasn't Substance Painter, it's Substance Designer. What is it?
There's Painter and Designer.
What's the SG?
SG.
What is this? Substance 3D. That's 3D Stager.
There's
Sampler. Is Sampler the one that?
Sampler's the one where you can make patterns.
Yeah. So Juan was using Designer and that to do the tileable textures, and it's awesome. I just I haven't taken the time to actually learn to use it, but he showed me a way of taking sort of what ControlNet's doing with creating alphas and creating something you can use as a dimensional texture, and that's super exciting. I just haven't had the time or energy to actually do it. Now we have a problem here because our legs are inside of the body, so make sure that you don't get lazy. Make sure that the legs aren't embedded in the body. But your form and feeling's lovely. Do you watch Eric stream at all? He's a fabulous insect sculptor. Well, he's a fabulous sculptor, but he has a passion for insects as well. And he has a tutorial on doing his jumping spider. His jumping spider is absolutely awesome. I love that tutorial. That's nice. This looks great. The only thing, like I said, the only thing I see is the legs being in the where is this video here. Oh, where'd you go? Eric Keller doing his jumping spider. And this is the ring that he made from the jumping spider model with us. This is our education platform, and he does a lot of videos with us. He's absolutely fabulous. But just, hold on, there it is. Isn't that adorable? Oh my god, it is so cute. But Eric does fabulous. I mean, this is the rendering for Nomen. He did this. Look at this. Is that not just ridiculous? Oh, it kills me. He's so good. Yeah, if you like insects, Eric is the man. Love it. Boop. No, that wasn't a photo. That's Eric's rendering. Eric truly is a master. I mean, he wrote the first manual for ZBrush 20 years ago, something like that. Yeah, no, he's one of my idols. I love him. I'm so glad that he worked with us on ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. Okay, so is there any other... No, no one has uploaded anything. Oh yeah, no, he is absolutely ridiculous. I think he streams tomorrow. Hold on, let me look. ZBrush Live calendar. ZBrush Live. Calendar. Tomorrow. Oh, he's not streaming tomorrow. I wonder if he's doing summer, like if he's on a vacation. Normally he streams Wednesday after Ashley.
I think he occasionally streams on Friday.
Does he?
I caught him once on Friday, so I don't know if he's just been bouncing around.
Well, I know that he was doing something with the house, so he might be taking a break right now. Oh man. If y'all want to watch someone else who's absolutely fabulous, is Mike Thompson is, again, another one of my heroes. He is such a badass.
Is he the one that did the Lionels?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fabulous.
Yeah, no, he's truly spectacular. All right, kids. Is there anyone who has any... Yeah, Sakaki is... you have no idea what he's saying. I think that there's now... isn't there a beta on YouTube that's live CC? Where did I see this? I thought they were talking about... Yeah, oh no, this is a beautiful sculpt for sure. It's very nice. Except that he has his legs growing into his body. I'm just saying. Just saying. No, no, Sakaki's awesome. He's also just a beautiful person. He's great. I've used his brushes for like a decade now. Actually, it's been over a decade, I think. Does anyone have any questions? Sakaki? Oh yeah. No. Pre-COVID, he would come to the ZBrush Summit. I have pictures of him and I. And I used to talk to him a lot. Over the last couple years, I've been in chaos, moving around a lot, and it's been nuts. But he's truly, he's just genuinely a fabulously nice person. He's awesome. Yeah. Joe Mena, another absolutely fabulous person. Actually, honestly, for the most part, that was one of the great things about the ZBrush Summits actually being held physically. If anyone ever has the opportunity to come to a physical ZBrush Summit, do it. Because you meet the people and you see... It's just such a fabulous community. It really is. It's really a wonderful thing. I have nothing bad to say about the Pixelogic community and ZBrush in general. It's just like... And everyone's like, oh, they got taken over by Maxon. They're not blah, 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 blah. Sure, maybe they're not the exact same anymore, but I'll tell you what, Maxon, a lot of people are miffed because, because, I bought ZBrush in 2003, 2004, something like that, And then, well, 2003, I think. And then I didn't pay for an upgrade until Maxon purchased them. And everyone was like, oh, you know, it's so evil. How dare they not just give us stuff for free? It's like, I can't believe that they were able to not charge for upgrades. So, you know, as a business, people are so steamed about it. And it's just like, you don't go to a gas station and demand them give you stuff free. And I don't think it would have been as bad, except people kept knocking it off, so they weren't buying it. So, you know, if you're only selling it once and then, you know, no one's buying new ones, well, of course, you know. But, like, just having been in the beta programs with them a lot and seeing what, you know, they're really trying to push and do, it's really actually quite exciting. It's great. It's nice. 2 thumbs up. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Does anyone want to come into chat and ask questions? Does anyone have another model for me to look at? If not, I guess we'll call it an evening. Indeed, indeed. We'll give it a little bit of last call, because I think technically I'm only slotted for 2 hours. I mean, I'll stay if there's stuff to do, but no one wants to just sit here and listen to me yabber about AI or whatever.
Oh, we got more viewers now.
I know, right? It's like we have viewers and there's no models. I mean, I can just, like I said, if anyone has any questions, I will gladly answer question. Yes, of course. Yeah, no, that's the whole point. There is the link in, do you need the link? Hold on, let me see if I can. Copy link address. So this is the link. Well, maybe not. You can't just copy it out of there, can you? Hold on, I have it up here somewhere. I'm scared to open that window because if it opens up down here. Do you have the links for that? And then if you join the Discord chat, you can just talk through the critique instead of the text. And you don't have to join Discord or anything like that. It's a one-time hit, or it's a one-time link, so you don't have to join it. You don't have to sign up. It just connects you in, if I'm not mistaken. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to join the chat and ask away. What is going on?
I just dropped I just posted the links on
Fabulous.
on both chats.
Thank
just to make sure. Anytime.
Hey, they bring people from all over the world. Actually, that's what was cool about it, is you got to see and meet a lot of the international people, because that was like their one trip of the year, whatever they'd come. So, my friends, like a lot of my friends are in the Burning Man community, and I could never go to Burning Man because it was always at the same time as the ZBrush Summit. I mean, like within a day or two, and it's just like you're not spending a week in the desert and then spending 4 days in LA. I was just like, so I always helped everyone prep for Burning Man, and then I went to the summit. So the ZBrush Summit got priority over Burning Man for me. So just so you know.
Zed Skipper has a question for you.
Where is it? Oh, hold on, let me.
Zed is asking, do you know of any good methods to design a ruffle collar?
Yeah, sure. It's actually pretty easy. Let me find. Sorry, I must have closed my Dropbox page. There's that, just to make sure that we're file request, pixel logic. Did we look at? So they didn't upload the model yet. Okay, this is that one. Okay, yeah. So for ruffles, it's actually pretty simple to get your bases in. Let's go to our little star here. We go to W, go to cylinder, and you can put that in there. And then all you do is you figure out how many ruffles you want. So let's say you want 25 ruffles, you go to 50. Now, I wish there were a way to type that in there. There we go, 50. And so now you take your W, shrink it in there, go to symmetry, is that Z? Yeah, turn on Z axis, go to 25. So you're doing it every other one, right? Mask, W, and then that gives you your initial zigzag, right? And then if you divide, oops, sorry, we have things masked there. Divide, 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 divide. Now, you can crease that to make it hold up a little bit more, but I tend to not worry about that too much. Our first initial, I'm going to use SK cloth, and I'm going to use symmetry. And get my my rough in. Lower my res a little. Move elastic. Get everyone sort of at the heights that you want them. You know, if it's tucking in. You know, just sort of get it to where you want it. And then you can just do your radial count down and just kind of get it to where it's not symmetrical by just lowering your radial count. And then, you know, you sort of have your ruffle there. Now I'm doing sort of like a Spanish ruffle collar, or, you know, a ruffed collar. If you, obviously you can change that to where it's facing up and you do it inside. So if you want the ruffs facing the other direction, you just do it. Instead of going on the side, you just do it through the front and do it sideways. Download. Oops. Cancel. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I'm just trying to start a download. All right, download. Nope. Damn it. Oh my god, I can't even download right. All right. And so you can see you have your initial framing, and then I tend to just turn radial symmetry off and come in and, oops, make my focal shift a lot sharper, make the brush smaller. And anytime I do radial, I mean, if it's obviously mechanical and supposed to be symmetrical and, you know, machine, then obviously you wouldn't do it by hand. But I will almost always, if I'm doing something like this, I'll do it symmetrical, and then, like I said, I'll step it down, and step it down until you literally hand stroke every one. And turn the symmetry off, because that is what it really, you can tell, you know, at the end of the day, you can tell if it's symmetrical. Your brain is really trained to recognize patterning. So taking the time to come back in and just quickly go over each one by hand, and then use something that has a little gravity like SK cloth here, and come over your edge, and you can really start to, you know, give it, you know, however loose you want it or stiff you want it. You can come back in and get it there. But you can see how quickly you have your base for something as complex as ruffles. Right? Hopefully that answered your question. And then, you know, you can bring it down, and that accentuates your ruff or whatever. Now, obviously, I made that really loose. If it's a stiff starch collar, you don't have to go in and make it flirpy. Flirpy, that's a very official term. The flirpiness of a line. What is all that best viewers on? Is that just spam? Are we being spammed? Okay.
Yeah, that's spam.
Okay, I'm like, what's a best viewer? I'm like, I don't even know. Okay, so now let us go to download. Boop. Boop. Mateo. Ah. Let's look at what you got here. Let me open this so we can draw on our surfaces. Let us zoom in. Where's my zoom? Okay. And then do we have our little arrow left and right? Okay, there. Hold on. Let's move that out of the way. Oop. That's cat bug. Okay. All right. So the first thing I would say is that you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with like having the big weird neck that's bending over and this and that, but you do have to figure that even as, you know, an abstract monstrous creature, it's got to be able to support its own weight, and you have to think about how it's standing and how it's going to function. And so if you have your weight here, you have your neck, your spine, your shoulders, you got to figure that somehow or another the center of your weight has got to come back out here somehow. There's something that has to counterbalance the weight off the front. And right now what you have is this, but then you just go into a normal guy's, you know, torso, it's looking like. And he has hunched shoulders. Well, how is he going to stand up? He's just going to fall right over. So when you are conceiving something that is so off-center, you have to remember that your weight really needs to be evenly distributed if it plans to stand. So, you know, you have this big weight block here. So chances are this is going to come in as such. And, you know, you might have legs that are bent forward, and that's what's going to make the center of gravity work. But like right now, all of this feels like it's traveling this way. And so it looks like he's just going to flop over. As far as the sculpt goes, I mean, your sculpt's nice. You have everything separated out. I would, because here again, it sort of looks like, you know that there should be like muscle fiber, so you're drawing muscle fiber in. The thing about muscle fiber is that you've got to view it as sort of like rubber bands stretching across something. It really is about tension. And so if we have, let's look at the pecs here for a second. No, we don't need to autosave. Okay, I guess we're saving. It's not going to let me not autosave, so we're going to save. Is Deathclaw something I should know? Let's Google Deathclaw. Oh, Fallout. Oh, okay. I see. Interesting. Yeah, because you can see here what they're doing is they're using that reversed joint to bring them in. I see, the tail is actually what's balancing it out. Okay, well that makes sense. All right. As I said, usually you have something to balance you out. And there it is. Okay, so then, okay. I got it. Important. So let's just quickly block this out. Okay. I'm missing my control button, so I'm struggling remembering. If I don't feel the button, I'm like, oh, well, there's nothing there. And that obviously is not very helpful at the moment. Okay, and now we go. Okay. Okay. So when you're doing your pecs, let's kick this up a little. So you have to remember that your armpit really is a hole. Your bicep comes out of it. Your pec is going in there. And your delt is sort of there. Okay. Okay. Your ribs come out of there. And then your lat's actually what's filling that up. All right. So when you start thinking about your muscle texturing, you got to remember what these things are doing, right? If we look at your pec, let's get our geometry back up real quick, and then let's go here. Boom. Where are you? There you are. And your deltoid here. Look at how see how this, you're just sort of cutting lines in here and you're getting these pillows, and then you're sort of cutting this stuff in here and you're getting pillows, and then where are you? There's our arrow. There we go. And you sort of, I mean, like, you know what's going on there, but it's getting wormy, right? So you know that there are a few sets of striations here, right? This is a multi-tiered muscle. It's like 3 main parts. And you know that's going on, so you're trying to get it in there, but you're just kind of drawing these lines and you're making it wormy and not a surface, right? You're drawing... No, I'm here every week, every Monday. Yeah. I haven't been here the last 2 weeks because we had internet issues, but yes, I'm usually here on Tuesday. I said every Monday. Listen to me. Yeah, it's Monday, right? Every Tuesday. Sorry. But you're losing your form by putting the detail in, because you're just drawing your lines in. So, and I say this every time, so please don't, I tell everyone this. Don't draw on your surface. Don't take a line tool, Dam Standard or Crease or any of those, and draw your lines in. Because what you're doing is you're ruining your surface continuity, right? Now those forms mean nothing because the shapes have been distorted. So let's think about what's happening there. Hold on, let me grab this too. What is Anatomy for Sculptor? Okay, take me there. Now, I have not... I haven't really explored all of this. So I don't know quite what's here. But here, they have this online 3D reference. I think these are some of the best books because they break this down very clearly. What they do is they have scans, and then they draw over the scans, and then they break the muscles down. But they're doing it from real bodies, which is nice because then you get different people's view of what's happening, or different bodies, and you can see what's happening actually with the muscles. And they do it with color, which I think is great because you can really see with the color differentiation what it is. And then I also like that they break it down planularly, so you can see what the planes are doing. So I find this to be a very super helpful reference. But you can see here it tucks up and under, and then you can see as it gets more detailed it's defining the planes. And then oh, these are videos. I don't want videos right now. Let's hold on. Sorry, I have, like I said, I just saw this reference material the other day, so I bought it just so we can look at stuff like this because it's nice, right? They really break down. I just like that they do it with planes and they do it with color. So you can see that the armpit's really deep, and it's just the arm muscles coming up and in between the lat and the pec, and then it's just a big gaping hole. There are no muscles in there other than the arm coming and doing its insertions under the armpit here. So remember that, and you can see how they're breaking this up in planes, right? And they're getting a pretty good effect there. Now let's go to the full figure. I think they have one where it's sculpted realistically. Yeah, here. But you can see that even in this, right, they're showing the full muscle contact. It's not wormy, right? It's a bulk, and then it has lines showing striations. So when you do your pecs here, instead of getting the shape right and then coming in and sort of doing this where you're trying to create, some visual imagery, but you're destroying your surfaces. Just keep thinking of it. That's why I use clay tubes. I don't use the round brushes. I use clay tubes because it allows... Oh, that's way too much. I use clay tubes very lowly because it allows me to come in and sort of, once again, set my surface rhythms. But you can see that I'm getting those striations just by letting the brush do what it's doing, right? And then you can define that, and then your bicep is coming out there. And so you're not just putting lines in to put lines in. Make sure you understand what's happening and why those lines are there, right? Because really these are big groups of muscle. And I know that you're doing something that isn't human, and but it should make sense, right? And so I tend to sculpt with clay tubes. Think of it in planes first, right? Figure out what's happening and where and why. So and then if you really want to get in, let's say you're like, well, this is a creature and it's really sinewy and I want those striations. So I'm still not going to go to a crack tool yet, or what I call line tools or drawing tools. So it's like slash orb cracks. I use, what is this one? Carve. Like these break surface continuity. And only when you want real separation do you want to break surface continuity. And so like every once in a while I'll use slash. I'll make a pretty big slash brush and then I'll turn it down really low. And I want to make sure that this really feels separated. So I'm going to come in with this and too much. I'm going to make it lower. And this just lets me get my areas in and sort of define sort of what's happening, right? Okay, so now I have that sort of separated out. And then I'm going to come back in with clay tubes and I am going to, let's divide this one more time just so we have geometry. And I start with the one that's on the bottom, right? So we'll start with the bicep. Now come in. And you know, like you said, this is sci-fi. It's a monster. I really want it to look like there are a lot of striations in that muscle. You can see with clay tubes, I'm using that edge to define my striations. So it's not me cutting into the muscle. I'm creating those striations by the same way the muscle would do it, with them just layering over one another. So now I'm getting that feeling. And you can come back in and flatten it and sort of play with it a little more and really tune it and get it to where you want it. And so now these are all in the places that I want them, and they're doing what they're actually doing, and that's going over one another. And so then we're going to come in here, and I'm going to start there. And this is stronger than I would use it, but I don't want to sit here as long as it would take me to do it. And so you can see I'm making that deeper, and then deeper, and deeper. And then I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to be like, okay, that goes there. There. But you can see that I'm not cutting lines into any of this, but I'm getting very distinct layers by just actually doing what it does, making layers. In this way, you can't wind up with anything super weird because, well, you can see, okay, that's coming under that, that's coming under that, that's coming out from under that, but it's coming over that. That's coming out from under that, but it comes over that. That's that. And as long as you're building it as you are thinking about what it is, you know, you're keeping that usage and where it is actually sitting in mind as you create your part. And so that feels much more natural because it feels like that's going behind that. That feels like it's going under that. You know, that's coming over. And, you know, if you want, I tend to use twist, but let's say you really want this to be wormier, or, you know, you want that to feel much more striated. Don't just dig in. Don't lose surface continuity. Right, you can get those, but I'm trying not to just break my surfaces. Often I'm going to do a little adding instead of subtracting, because that is on top of the surface I'm doing, you know. But you can see that that feels like there's something going under, something going over, something going under, where when you have, Where'd you go? You see how you lose your continuity? You have the right idea here. You just lose the continuity by cutting the detail in as opposed to letting it develop, right? You can see here you had the block up right, but as you cut these in, it changes the surface of the muscle. Very rarely are you going to get a muscle that bubbles next to another muscle, especially when those are striations of a singular muscle, right? Let's go back to, where did we go? Here. Right, there's texture in these muscles, but these are all part of that muscle. So you can get the surface textures, you know, the striations of the muscle, but it's part of the same muscle group. It seems fibrous and not just wormy, right? You know, you can see that there are lines in all of those, but it is part of the mass shape or the mass form. And so you know, again, the muscle groups are separated. They have striations. They have the fibrous stuff going on, but it appears to be fiber. It's not separating it. You're not just drawing on the surface. Yeah. So don't draw on the surface. Think of it as layers, because if it feels like it's going under and over, you know, I think this is actually a scan, right? You know, they're muscle groups that have fibers. It's not, you know, think about them in blocks first. You know, this is where you want to start thinking about it, because these are your reflective surfaces, right? And so in turn, this is the light story that's happening, right? The story told in light. And this is just a drawing over the actual physical model, and you can see how it is reflecting very similarly to how the planes are panning out. But the books, what's really nice is the books, Anatomy for Sculptors, they're actually drawing over actual people's muscles. So, you know, it's nice. It gets you a better view of what's actually happening with these muscles. I'm a big fan of these books. I think they're really powerful teaching tools because they go back to sort of that Bridgman stuff. And you can see here where these are defining this as planes. And when it's planes, you can see how they break up a little clearer, I think. So I would strongly suggest looking at these books. And yeah, this is all new. I haven't gone through this stuff yet, but you can see, like, they're talking about what's happening with the bone under it, and these are just great images because they break the entire sculpt up into planes, and that allows you to really kind of see and understand what's happening. Right. I think this is invaluable stuff, trying to identify this stuff as planes and understand where, you know, where your flat surfaces are happening. Because, you know, you see this line drawn in all the time, right? This here, where they just cut a V and it just digs in. And what that tends to do is make the nose looks like it's collapsing in. Where this is a plane that then goes under that cheek muscle, so you get a ridge there. And like how fat stored. As you age, what's happening to your jaw lines. Yeah, hair growth direction. So, at the end of the day, think of the muscles in blocks first, I think is what I would say to you. Because, like I said, you have the right rhythms and stuff. It's just purely trying to get it to feel as if it's something that's actually happening. Yeah. So does anyone else have questions? Or do you still have questions? I mean that's why we're here. So don't hesitate to and if anyone has any verbal questions, join Discord. Oh, you uploaded? Okay, fabulous. Let's go see what we have here. Dun, 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 dun. Where's Dropbox? There we go. Oh. Boop. Oh wow, my download is slow as dirt right now. Weird. I have gigabit download. Why is it being so? Let's speed test this bad boy. Wow. Well, I need to have a talk with them. We're only getting 130 megabyte downloads right now. I have 1 gig service here. That's not even, it's barely a tenth of what my speed is supposed to be. It's always something, isn't it? Boop, boop. It's coming. You can do it. All right, that should do it. Okay, so let's go to downloads. Let's unpack this bad boy. I just love no one chats anymore. What's happened? What's happened to the world?
They all say they're too shy.
Oh my god. You guys killing me. Alright. Now let's look at your pictures here. Okay. It's so funny, it's such a dynamic picture and her legs are together. Alright. Alright, so was it, who was it earlier? Skipper. I want you to look at how organized this piece is. It's
no, this is oh yeah.
No. It was Skipper. We were talking about organizing.
I just realized what was happening.
You notice everything is labeled and in its own folder, and yeah. So just so you know, this is how you organize a piece. This is beautiful. Okay. So in this one, let's take a look at our silhouettes real quick and look at them as silhouettes. Wow. It's only 175 million polys. Why is it like chug-a-lugging on that? That's weird. Okay. So let's see. Where is... okay, that's the upper piece. Let's hide the base for a second. Upper chest. What's the cloud? Let's see it without the cloud for a second. Okay. Is it a cloud or is that actually a collar? No, it's a collar. Okay. Interesting. Wasn't there a cloud in one of the pictures? Yeah. Okay. See, it's funny, collars and things like that. They're hard to pull off in 3D. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so I would say, let's look at the body real quick. Boom, right sleeve, upper chest. No, we want that there. Let's get rid of the hair. Upper piece, dress piece. Okay. So I would say that her legs appear to be pretty skinny, comparatively speaking, because in these images, and these are just from the images I'm seeing here, I'm not familiar with the anime or the manga, whatever. I'm not sure where it comes from. I'm not familiar with it. If you look there, they're selling sort of, she's not like anorexic. She's looking pretty fairly voluptuous. I mean, look at just the breast size, and like here, you know, you're seeing quite a bit of thigh. So from these two images, she's not looking super anorexic or super thin. She looks a little hippier. So I would say I would definitely kick up some of the weight, just so she's feeling a little bit more voluptuous. Because if you look at the size of her thigh, let's go back over here. I mean, if we look at the thickness of her thigh here, right? And then, you know, that's the thickness of her head. You know, her thigh is at least as thick as her head. And I know this is a odd angle, but I think they're trying to tell the story. And even here, you know, if you're comparing calf thickness to hip thickness, I would say that, you know, she doesn't necessarily look super raily. Hey, how we doing? Yabo icy cream. So I would just give her a little bit more thickness. Just to kind of continue with the voluptuousness thing. I feel like I might torque the torso a little bit more. She seems very straight on. So by just getting a little bit of twist in the torso, and I know that I'm going to screw this because all these are separate parts, but let's just, if we look at this sort of like this, right? By opening that up, it gives us a nice twist to the form. It's not so, if we look at this straight down right now, she's actually very, very, very square, right? And I think it's making your pose just a touch boring. Or not boring, just really staid, right? Hold on, let's just grab a figure real fast. Oh, cancel. I was not in the tool folder, I was in the project folder. Julie's one of the weirdest models they have, it's so funny. But just look at that expression. We're just gonna really quickly turn symmetry off. Into your model, append, whoa. Bake the layers. Cringy layery bastard. Okay. trash that. So, whoa. Okay, we're saving. Saving. Okay, there we go. Okay, so you can see that, you know, I didn't even just doing a block up model like that. I didn't have to twist it much, right? Everything was pretty much on axis. Let's turn transparency on. So if that's lovely. Correct myself up. That's horrifying. All right. Wow, that's pretty special. What's super funny is that sort of matches the pose of the model, though. That's hysterical. Okay, so, you know, she's sort of standing like this, where, and even if it's from the front view, it's still very staid. You know what I mean? It's like, and if you think about it, she's kind of tossing something up, and it's like this, and she's like, ah. So, by getting, let's get a little twist in the hips. Come on, you. Opening up the torso some. God, this is a horrible example. I love when I try to be fast. All I do is make horrible, horrible, horrible things. Here, I don't know if that's helping. Let's go back. Let's hide you. Can we get to her? One sec. Let me get to her body and merge visible. Okay, so we need this folder. Alright, and then we need this folder. There we go. Okay. Merge visible. All right. Now that's better. Okay. So you have her. I thickened up her legs just a touch. But if we take it and let's rotate just a touch at the hips. Let's maybe twist it that way a touch and then open up her torso a bit this way. Oh, did we just crash? Damn. Okay. Oh, the anchor tool? Anchor tool is great. Yeah, sorry. That was not successful. I should have dynameshed it first. You're just on axis, right? And get a little bit more dynamics in it. And like, you know, because right now she's just like this, where she should be opening up, getting some motion in that swirl is going to wind up in the torso, right? So don't just stick with that front angle, especially with something that's so kinetic. Because you have a lot of the kinetics. Oh man, I crash constantly. People are like, "Oh, but you crash." I'm like, ZBrush is buggy. I'm like, no, you just ask it to do things that it doesn't want to do. And I mean, I have a blazing ass computer, and I still choke my machine out all the time. So, yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's turn everybody off. We had upper chest piece and leg piece. Frame. Oh. There we go. Get rid of my star. Control N. Edit. Merge visible. Merged. Dynamesh. Oh, I didn't put on groups. Oh well, it's okay. We got it. Yeah, no, that's weird. You can do it. Oh, that's 50 million points. No wonder. It doesn't like that. It's all like, eh. Come on, Dynamesh. You can do it. The gray screen of weight. Something I'm very familiar with. Man, when you look at yourself, I'm fat. I had to look at my video. I'm like, oh man, this is a bad angle. And Mike, if you want to have a verbal discussion. There's a link right there to join the Discord chat, so you can ask questions directly as opposed to waiting for typing. It's hard to believe that I have a Threadripper Pro and 256 gigs of RAM and it's still fucking slag-a-lagging. While we're waiting. Computer porn. Do, 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 do. Woo. Ta-da! Oh, come on. I know. It's incredibly compelling streaming. I know. Yeah, I will definitely look at the face. I don't know why it's deciding to take so friggin' long. You must have some ragged edges in there somewhere, because this should not take this long. I have 50 million poly models all the time. It's a real problem with the manga faces, because in 2 dimensions you can get away with a lot. Do you watch Sakaki Karu's stream? Because he does really good anime characters. He really has a way of getting that where there's fullness, so they're not just super flat. And it's a hard transition from the cheek to the chin, and continuing to keep it look. Oh my God, what are you doing? Look at that. Did you just see that? What are you doing, ZBrush? You're killing me, man. Okay, well here, we can draw on this right now, though. But, I mean, just see how absolutely straight this is. I mean, you know, that's pretty dramatically straight. And, you know, if you think about, you know, getting her where, you know, this is coming up and she's holding the glass, and just get a little contrapposto in there where, you know, let's say it's that way, right? If it's this way, then the hips are this way. You know, maybe switch it where that foot's stepping forward and that one's behind. So you're getting a little bit more motion in this, just so it's an interesting kinetic. Yeah, that's the whole point of the stream, is that's why there's the upload links. But for some reason, and it's still going to just click. Look, it's just rejecting that. I don't know why it's being such a pain in the ass. Okay, hold on. Let's kill this. Alright, I'm going to close the program. We're not going to wait for that to think its way through it. If it went 3 times and was rejecting it, there's got to be like an open form in there or something that it didn't like getting it all jammed in. But like you can even just in like, whoa. Just in something as simple as this, right? Alright, I quit. It's just not going to let me do it. Redonkulous. don't have any. I haven't been doing figures. I don't have any of my articulated block-ups easily accessible. So I can just jank it into a pose real fast. What is the best way to go about it? You know, right now it's sort of like this, right? It's pretty staid. But if you take this and let's go, is it over? Bring that down, bring that up. It's not letting me rotate. See, it'll rotate there. Why isn't it rotating here? All right. Everything's just going to be problematic now. That twisted sort of the wrong way there. Right, there's more of a twist there. You got some activity. And it's opening the chest up in this direction. I did switch the legs. So she's sort of looking over her shoulder and opening the chest up. Right. And like from the front, you can see you have a much more dynamic position. Now, but she's still pretty tight. You know, I mean, her legs aren't spread open. You know, she's still pretty much in that. Nightmare. There we go. Right, so you're opening up the torso where it's coming. A satin finish. I would just use noise. Hold on. We need to look at the face on this figure real quick. Do-do-do-do. Hey Raytheon, how's it going? If anybody wants to come into the Discord chat, please just click on the link there, and then you can actually talk instead of the texting stuff. Hold on, we're loading this model again. Let us go to her face. You guys killing me with. Right. Nope. There. Nope. There. Okay. Why is it not working for me? Because I'm an idiot and I'm pushing the wrong button. Yeah, let's tilt our face forward here just so we have some symmetry. I think, let's look at your graphics again real quick. Harsh, just to give you this really fast. So if you go under surface, you go under noise, noise scale, and then noise strength. Why isn't it showing me this? Do we not have preview? Okay. Alright, so that's too much. Edit. Noise scale much smaller. Strength a little less. Okay. Is my preview turned off? It should be showing on this model. Okay. Edit. Strength more. Noise scale less. For some reason I'm not getting a preview here. So it just comes down to getting your noise scale and your noise strength sorted out. And that is, you get it small enough to where the texture isn't necessarily there. I know, right? But that's the best way to do a satin finish, is to just do it with noise. Add the noise in there, get it small, and get it sharp, and that's your way. Okay, we're going to turn that off real quick. All right, so we're back to this. So I think that clay tubes, Drummond symmetry. You know, you got to figure that it's still sort of the same process of face. Remember the height of the cheekbones out here, right? It's not in the front here. So I think that getting it to where the cheekbone weight is out here. has smooth strong. I'm like, why am I not smoothing? Because I don't have smooth stronger on. And the other really hard part is not giving your figures baby jaw. And I know that all of the manga is sort of baby jawed, but like this is supposed to be an adult. I mean, she's an adult woman. Like, you know, she's not in schoolgirl clothes. She's not. The implication is that she is an adult. So you want to make sure to kind of get the jaw to fill out a little bit more. And that also eliminates some of the flatness. And then you just tune your jaw here, sort of above that line, right? And that accents the cheekbones and still keeps that sort of chisel jaw feeling. But just remember that the cheekbone is out here. So that's where you want your peak to be. And I know this is a little puffy, but you're probably going to wind up giving her a little bit more of a chin. And if I'm not mistaken, this is slightly, this is a deeper curve on her, but that just depends on the angle. I mean, that's character stuff that I don't have enough character reference to go by, but you know, you can see where just changing the weight of where the cheekbone is changes that face from being just flat wedgy to having, you know, oh, 50 million's not a big model. You're fine. Does that make sense? Are you still there, Mike? Yeah. And you can see how that just makes it a little less of a child and a little bit more adult. And you can, you know, you can get in here and fiddle futz with like these exact angles and you know where you actually want your weights to be. Because you can give that because again, it's really easy just to put two lines on a drawing, but trying to convey it 3D can get trickier. And if you get everything in place and you just go lower res, and then that might be a little low, higher res, there we go. And you come back in and you smooth it at these lower levels. You have to be real touchy. Don't hammer it. And then come up and do the smoothing there again. Come up, and that'll get rid of all of your like strokes. That'll turn it into, you know, something that's real smooth, and that's a big part of that. So don't be afraid to get, you know, up here, don't be afraid to get in there and kind of get what you want going on. You know, you're like, I want that there. And then just, you can always just drop back down and really relax these meshes. And that'll get rid of all of your sort of structural distortion. As opposed to trying to smooth it at the higher res, you'll get little trenches. Right. Of course. Yeah, no, it looks fabulous. You're doing really great. All right. Let us do this one, download. Did you have any other questions about that, Mike? Cool. Good, I'm glad that was helpful. And now let us see, where are you? Did I already download it? Yeah. I just saved my so weird. Okay. Yeah, stop that. All right, come on, give it to me. Give it to me. And then, is that everyone? Hold on, let's see. Hide part. Okay, so our arm placement's good. Okay, I was just wondering where the torso placement was, because the dress sort of distorts out. All right, so first thing, don't be like when you're doing your leggings, these are cutting into the body, and you have no crossover. So first thing, I would make sure that and I would use clay tubes because, well, that's what I always use. And just make sure that these are actually going over and under, so it doesn't look just like some weird tied-on pattern. If they're actually lacing, have them lace over and under. Here, let's do this. Groups. Dynamesh. Okay. Well, that's every Tuesday. Whoa. Okay, well, that wasn't what we were shooting for, was it? Nope, that's not it. Groups. 4 million Dynamesh. Okay. So, again, there's such nice sculpting work here. Don't chintz out on really subtle details that make something good or make something great instead of just good. So you can see that these are cutting into her legs. Unless it is intentionally meant to be a dramatically tight thing, I would avoid that. And I would just make sure that, one, they're sitting above the surface, and that you're actually getting the lacing, right? Whichever direction it goes. Because just, I mean, look at the difference between the two. And I have spent no time on that, making it look good. Which leg looks better? Right? So just make sure that it is, you know, on top. The knee knock is nice. The hands are in the right position. I would say that, hold on, what is it like originally? I know I trashed it. Okay, so no, it's not there. Let's make you that. Let's come back out here. Again, this is sort of like lace detail. And I know that it can be abstracted and simplified, but I would just kick this. This is SK cloth. And give this stuff just that extra dimensional thing, because once again, these are the things that make a good sculpt compared to a great sculpt. And you don't have to make it overly complicated. You know, it can retain its simplicity. Oops. Twist. And then here again, just make sure that it's doing what it says it's doing, right? So this is a draped knot, and you don't have to come in and make it a knot, but make sure that the things that are going behind, and the things that are in front are actually in front, right? So and again, this is just flat, where it'd be nice if you got a little bit more of a fabric edge in there where it's feeling like it's actually moving. And you can see that's not super detailed, but just that bit of fabric detail compared to the flat side. All right, let's take this back to the original. We'll take that back to the original. I know I'm mangling the mesh just a touch, but you know, just compare those two sides. It's just that extra touch of finish. And I would say it's sort of the similar thing here. Twist, twist, twist. Maybe this way. And then if we come here. Clay fill. Let's do it both directions. Oops. Change my focal shift. That does not help that brush at all. So you can see I'm SK twisting in both directions. Clay filling behind it. And then if you take pinch and then just kind of, don't jam it. Don't just do this. But just kind of lightly tap it. And what that does is it brings those two seams together. And so it feels a little bit more like a seam because it's also bringing it up, pinching it up. And so, yeah, I would just come through, give the fabric a little bit of a sharpening. Clay tubes, like on things like this, I would just come in and sharpen the backside up. You know, just where these have a little bit more definition to them. And not too much, but you know, just get it a little bit more fabricy and get a little bit of edge in there. Not too much, but just a little bit. And you can see the difference between the right-hand side and the left-hand side just by touching these details up just a touch. I'm not saying blow it out. Oops. Right? And I think that that'll help you tune the piece up to where see you later, Jefferson. Oh, it's getting late. Does that make any sense? Yeah, sure, of course. Let's see. Save. Let me upload it. I'll download that one. Sorry, for some reason my internet is super slow right now. Okay. Hold on. The only way for me to give you this is to send the link in chat. I hope that doesn't... Is that okay? Okay, copy link. Oh, it's OBS. Hold on. Yeah, here. So that link should get you your model back. Okay? And then let us see our ring here. Okay. So the only issue, I understand, hold on, let's get a hand model in here real quick. She has hand, no, that's a ZPR. I need ZTLs tool. We'll take Julia's hand here. I always forget that this model has layers. So the only problem, and I understand it travels on the knuckle, or over the whole knuckle, hold on, not knuckle, but joint. All right. So here's the only issue I see. One, on the bottom, you have these points, right? So as you bend your finger, you've created something that's jabby here. Now, if this wears this way, it all comes down to directionality, right? So now, come on. If it wears this way, what you have is your peak points that are now in the finger joint, right? So if it's facing the other direction, if it's facing this way, your peak points are above the finger. It allows the width to go over the knuckle. Bye, Mike. You did get the link, right? All right. Yeah, have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. Right, so here, the directionality of your peaks are this way, right? And then you have the scoops in here. But on the underside, this is going to stab you every time you bend your finger, if that makes any sense. So now, if you are wearing it this way, now the problem is your peaks are at the center of your fingers, which means the only way to really wear this would be like this. Now, if this is how you're wearing it, fine, but you still are having an issue with this could be very uncomfortable here. So think about how it's wearing, right? So if you're doing something like this, let's divide this. So if you're doing something like this, it's probably best to actually start with the finger. And so we're going to right, so if you think about, comfort-wise, you have problems. So if you think about how you can get away with these, start with your finger, right? And so you could go, okay, well, I have plenty of room on the top of the knuckle to travel, okay? So let's hide this piece for a second. We can go, all right, so I want it to... I want a point. And you can have your point be pretty big because it'll ride up over the knuckle, right? You're like, I want something really dramatic. Okay, so the next thing you have to think about is you don't want any points in here. You don't want any points in here. And you can really only go about to there. So if you really want it to wear comfortably, you got to stay within those parameters. Now, you can feasibly do something down here, but remember, anything on this side of the body, anything, it compresses, so it gets smaller, and you're going to pinch down here, and it's going to hurt like Hajibas. So you probably want the underside not to be very dramatic. Now, I'm not saying you can't do something like, like that. You don't want anything pointing into the web of the finger because that's just going to turn into a razor blade and hurt you. And, like I said, you can pull off something like that. And, let's say you want it to read really sharp. Well, as long as it's not really sharp there, it can be really sharp pointing outwards here. All right, so that is sort of the shape of the ring you could get away with. And let's just extract that. And so that's a rough shape where you can, okay, well, I have these in there. So that's kind of the shape you can get. Now, from here, you can make this more dramatic because that's sticking out over the knuckle. But you don't want this down here to get weird because it's just going to wear horribly. And now, obviously you'd make it round, but that gives you your safety parameters on the ring, right? You don't want anything in here in the web. And you can't have anything sharp pointing out or back because when you pinch your fingers down, that's just going to turn into a stabby thing. Good night, Wraith. All right, so now let's talk about the texture. One, hold on, let's, do you have, I'm going to divide this up a little. This texture is fairly sharp on the side. Oh, what did I do? Oh, did I just hit divide like 1,000 times? Yeah. Okay, let's lower that res. You don't need 30 million polys right now. Oh. Alright, well I guess we have 30 million polys. Whatever. Oh, it's because... Oh, hold on. It's because we had some of this masked. Okay. So the other thing to think about is on the side of the ring, all of this right here is just going to be sandpaper. Does that make sense? Because all these sharp little surfaces... No, for God's sakes, come on, Tomas. Okay. So anything that's going in between the fingers, you want that to be pretty smooth. I still think this is my camera. You still want that to be pretty smooth. So you just need to be very careful about like this texture in here. Oops. This texture in here. You just need to be careful with it because it's going to be pretty aggressive. These sharp little edges. And you sort of have this drawn. Let's go here. W. Plane. Divide. Divide. Okay. Cute. So your flower texture here, let me, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is roughly your no, I sent you that should be the one that I was working on. It's Dynameshed. It should be this model. This is what I sent you. Is it 6? All right, I can't count. 1, 2. Okay, it's totally 6. All right. I see how you are, Smokey. Thanks. Someone's out there paying attention. I was like, that doesn't look right. Damn it. I can't count. That's why I'm not an engineer. Yeah, that's only 3 feet deep, not 6 meters deep. All right, 6. I see how you are. And keeping track of me, you guys. All right. Okay. So this is basically your flower. But what you have is something that's sort of doing this, right? Where these petals have these high points. So all that right there has become just sandpaper. You're turning that into a cheese grater. So the better way of going about, especially if it's going to go into the sides of things, is make sure that there aren't sharp ridges, right? And so if you have that detail on the side, but one, this is going to look better, and two, it's not going to turn into a cheese grater. I forget. You can't do it radial. Well, you can, but you just can't. Never mind. I'm just going to do this quickly. So if okay, so here's the difference. Mine, see how mine's actually sort of pillow shaped here? Yeah, no doubt. See how mine has a pillow shape here? And your silhouette is hyper aggressive. See, all you have are these blades sticking up, right? That's just going to tear you to pieces. Where here, I have pillows, so this isn't going to tear you up. So the sharp detail is happening below the arc of the pillow, and here you can get away with, you know, getting that's really annoying. Okay. Like I can get something that looks like it has lots of detail in it. But as long as that detail is really all pretty flat on the surface, and you're getting your details from just subtle level changes as opposed to big blade things, you can keep it from being a cheese grater pretty easily. See, ooh, what? I'm just kind of going in the opposite direction where my sharp details are going down. Yeah. My sharp details are going in as opposed to up and out. So, you know, just rearrange how you're thinking about the part a little, and you'll be able to get similar detail, just not making it as overtly hostile as your part. Does that make sense? So base the shape on an actual finger and then try to avoid sharp detail. And you got to figure, you know, this, I would probably cut the amount of these in half and use bigger ones, because what is this? WY. I mean, that band is only 2 millimeters wide. So in all reality, you're probably going to need, you know, if this were going to be producible, you probably need this to be so what is that? Whoa, what I hit? All right, hold on. Right, that's 3 millimeters right there. So, you know, if you have this thing and it's 3 millimeters, that's still pretty darn thin. And now, you know, keep scale in your head because it's super important, right? Because now that gives you a lot more room to then come back in and here, let's go back to you. Let's turn you there. Stop it. Stop it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop. Escape. Bastards. If you come back in and make sure that your ground is flat, I'm just using trim front, oops, to make sure my ground is flat there. Yeah, we'll do that. Come to extractor, hold down G, turn off symmetry. Don't. You can do it. Okay, no, I didn't do it perfectly square, but now you can come in and drag these out, but you can see that, you know, you can get much more space out of it. I mangled my my extractor, but you know, you can see that these are far less aggressive than, here, let's see if we can do it this way real quick. This is a crap alpha, sorry. But how is my mesh so mangled? Come on. You pokey bastard. I don't know why I have that big star. And oh, because, yeah, ugh. With Extractor, it went back all the way to the start. But this will give you an example here. Let me trim that off. Let's turn this up higher. Let's drag this out. I'm going to trim front this just because that star shouldn't be there. With Extractor, you've got to make sure, because it goes all the way back to the first. But look at the silhouette of that flower, right? That's much, and this is blown out, right? So that gives you nice little domes, where this gives you a cheese grater. So you can see that that's going to make sure you're paying attention to your scales, I guess. That's where we're at. Hey, Amir. We're just going over texturing on a ring that's going to turn someone's finger into a bloody mess. All right, kids. It is 9:30, and I have to get up at work to go to work at 5. So that will be the last model. Hopefully that clears up your stuff, Saeed. Uh-oh. Whoa. This is totally falling apart. 1 second. All right, there we go. I don't know what happened there. And that is all good. I think, yeah. All right. There we go. So check us out at ZBrush Jewelry Workshop. That's our education thing. Check out Eric when he streams. He's awesome. Check out all the other streamers because for the most part, they're all awesome. I don't know anyone who isn't awesome, so there we go. Buy ZBrush. Yeah, there we go. All right, kind and gentle folk. Everyone have a lovely week, and I will see you next Tuesday. Okay. And here is the never-ending Tomas trying to figure out how to turn off.